All right, let me see how we looking up in here. We should be good to go. We looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Y'all let me know if you can hear me. You know what to do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the ClassE Morning Show on this Friday. I'm your host, ClassE, of patreon.com/ClassEbeats. Make sure you check out the link that is in the description as well as in the pinned comment in the chat. And we are going to get right into the court proceedings today. We've got Yuri back on the stand. Oh man, he's probably up there getting cooked already. Y'all got to see the testimony from him yesterday and the cross-examination. We're gonna get right into cross-examination today, so hope y'all are ready because we about to get some good old hometown Boston barbecue first thing this morning. But before I get into it, I gotta say what's up to the people, man. Of course, my awesome, amazing Amy is in the building. Shout out to Amy in here first thing in the morning. Les Cleaver, my dog, is in here as well. Taco Tuesday is up in here. Libby 22 SC Girl. We've got Kara Hampton, Jay Buckmaster, Aphis, Slim Life, New Jersey, RD 419. Good morning to you. Good to see you. Nosy Rosie's in here. We got Tatum back at it. Who else? Trisha, I see you. And I see Nana Banana in here as well. I know I'm missing some of y'all. Wendy W is in the building too. What's up, Wendy? We've got Quiet Storm. That's a dope name. Quiet Storm. Hold on a second. I think I've seen you over on TLA's channel. Shout out to Quiet Storm. That name sounds familiar. Mo Mac is up in here as well. We got Linfinity, Danny in real life back in the building. We've got what is that? Is that Mama? The Mama? Man, I know I ruined it, man. Shout out to Mama up in here. Georgia's in the building too. Good to see all of y'all in here this morning. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get right into it. I'm gonna read a couple super chats and then we will get right into the court proceedings. If y'all could, please make sure you like the video on your way in. Not only is it free, but it really does help the channel continue to grow. It takes less than a second and it lets the algorithm know you guys are enjoying the show. It shares the video and the channel and all the great clips we've been making out with other people, and it lets them know we're here and having a good time. All right, let me get a couple of these super chats in here as well. Shout out to my guy Les Cleaver, always showing up and showing love. Gifted 5 memberships. He's out there working, grinding, and still decides to show up every single day and show some support. Thank you, Les Cleaver, for the 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Les, please make sure you say thank you. Also, he dropped another 10 bomb over here. My goodness, he said, thank God it's Friday. It's been a long, hard week at work. And in this trial, wow, so many lies and half-truths. I agree. Shaking my head. I pray you all have a great weekend. God bless you all. God bless you too, Les. I'll see you on breaks and lunch. Love y'all. Shout out to Les Cleaver in here, man. One of the most consistent supporters on the channel. We've got Kara Hampton in here. I can't talk this morning with the 5 bomb. She says it's Friday. Let's go. We made it another week and it was a great week. We did it on purpose. That's right. Shout out to Kara Hampton. I love that, man. Free Karen Reed. Guys, you know, I came into this trial not knowing what was going on, what happened in the first trial, the mistrial. I had a little bit of background from some of the witness testimonies that we heard, some of the interviews we heard from a couple of jurors that were presiding in the last trial. But coming into this, I'm starting to see how much of a mess this thing really is. With Jen, it was kind of iffy. You got to see the bias there. Clearly, she didn't like Karen. Peggy did a great job. Carrie, you got to hear some of the bias there. And then as we started to hear more and more from the investigators and people who were close to him, and even an EMT came up on the stand, a first responder, someone who was just there to save a life, had issues or was struggling to answer questions. That's when I started to see maybe there's more here than we're realizing. And then we got to Yuri, and this is where it all started to go downhill from here. In case y'all missed his testimony yesterday, he gave his testimony, told about what he found, what they did when they went out to the scene, collecting different evidence, and then how he worked together with Michael Proctor to make sure they had the evidence and keep track of that. Then we came to find out he got in trouble for how he handled the investigation, him being Yuri. And then obviously Michael Proctor, so a lot of you know what happened there. Now he's getting into cross-examination and AJ's holding him to the fire and holding him accountable for how he handled this investigation. So we're going to get right into that here in a second. I appreciate y'all. Unique is in the building too. Good to see you. Hopefully Mama corrects me in the chat on how to pronounce her name. Make sure y'all like the video. I appreciate everybody that's in here as well. Let's go ahead and get right into it. And y'all know what time it is. We got to start the day. We got to start the day out with some BS, with some cap.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
I do have to ask you those 3 questions.
Here we go.
Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or not in affirmative.
They're lying.
Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or not in affirmative.
Why are y'all
Did
lying?
anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Bukhenik in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, you know Mr. Jackson's ready. What kind of question is that, Judge Canoni? Mr. Jackson, are you ready? Good morning, Angela. Dr. EJ, good morning. Good to see you in here as well. And as always, shout out to the one sister in Canton, Massachusetts.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
He's got the black suit because it's about to be a funeral.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn
There's y'all
that
Brian
Chief
Higgins guy.
Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay.
His memory's struggling these
There
days.
were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick.
Let's refresh the old memory here. Good morning, Chris. Oh, you know what?
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, you can actually let me give you the front page of that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach,
He's
Your Honor?
refreshed.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly
Every
where
piece
each
of evidence is
let's take them
important.
one at a time, where
Okay.
each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay.
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction,
Here we go with
10
not
feet in
answering
another,
questions
and
again.
5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption, at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were
Yes, you
working on
do.
an assumption,
Come on, dude.
that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
He said that yesterday.
The evidence was pointing that
On the
impact took
stand.
place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there.
He's the evidence whisperer.
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
My guy, it's not that complicated. Did you use what you found to determine what you think happened? That's an assumption. You weren't there. You didn't know. So you assumed based on the evidence that this is what happened. That's what this entire trial is based off of.
So
God,
you were utilizing
Jeez.
assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
we work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to
This
suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
Yuri, it does not have to be this way.
Suggest what
Come
happened,
on, man.
Correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion. And then we
Goodness.
corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that.
Okay.
But
Dude.
So the
I'm
answer is
not
yes.
Come on.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Yes, you are.
Well,
You're going to
you
answer the
agree that
question.
Words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34th Fairview, correct?
He probably doesn't know what theory means. He just said it.
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial
A theory is an assumption.
hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So
What?
that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result,
So they found a broken glass next to the victim. And their theory was, oh, this had to have been used to hit the victim. Is that what he's saying? Bro, what? Ah,
we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and
How
we
did you
learned
come to
more
that
information.
assumption?
So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate
Crazy.
statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured
oh, now he's changing
male
the word.
party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring
But you
up the
just
Webster's
used it, bro.
Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want me to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago?
Exactly.
We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move along, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Bukhenik, that if
Wow.
your theory was
This
that there
is
was an
insane.
impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable, You know what cross coordinates are?
Wow.
Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you
This
that you
witness
find.
is toast.
Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those two strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained,
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
You just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
That's crazy. It was sustained, but
I
he
would
still
assume so, yes.
allowed in
Your
because
cell
he
phone has a
referred
camera
to
built
it
into it, correct?
in his answer. That's crazy.
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
Yeah, if you can use red solo
But
cups,
you didn't do
can
any
use
coordinates.
your
and you
cell
didn't
phone to
take any
take pictures.
photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found?
Yuri, wake up.
That's a question I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these
Nope.
20-odd items were found exactly?
He doesn't write reports.
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. The exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
But was it?
What's
Is the
documented
question-
in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's what the
location,
report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says. What I just quoted.
that's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point
Boy, oh
beneath
boy.
that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m., Sergeant Bukhenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
We need a sidebar.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Oh,
What's the
gosh.
where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from.
My goodness.
If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you
Of
didn't
course.
see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
Come on, Yuri.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
This bag better be filled out all the way, Yuri.
No objection.
You better have done your job, man.
Exhibit 111. Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Will you publish this, Your Honor?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible?
Man, look at this. I'm gonna wait for him to blow it up.
Can you read that from where you are?
Look at this BS. Case number. All right, cool. Data collection. Fine. Time of collection. All right, we're cool. Collected by Yuri. Badge number. We'll skip that. Okay, we'll let him go on this one, right? Description of enclosed evidence. 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Okay, that's a pretty decent description, right? Location, where located? A house. Oh my gosh. It was at the house. I don't know, somewhere. It's like he could have just wrote McDonald's. No, it was 34 Fairview. It was over there. Are you serious?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
You know what would have been better if he just wrote grass, dirt, ground.
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General
Intentionally
description
vague.
identifying what's inside.
And what is that description?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
Earth.
And that's
It was
all
found
that's
on
the
Earth.
description, correct?
This
Yes.
much we know.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
Jeez.
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you
My
with
goodness.
Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
There we
No,
go.
I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor? to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time, so someone else wrote the information.
You just said,
Larry,
"I bagged
come
it,"
on, man.
And told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over. Turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Chain of custody has been
Turned
an
it over
issue.
to them.
Who's
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
There's a kid riding his bike down the street. I said, "Hey, kid, here you go. Can you run this down to the Canton Police office? The Canton Police office for me." Yeah, we're bagging some stuff here. Just take it, and you got a Dunkin' Donuts bag. We could use that. Whatever. Just take it.
We're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize.
No, don't apologize. This is some BS.
Last comment,
Some supervisor. Hey, kid, you know how to spell Fairview?
you had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly
Come here.
important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence.
Wow, direct answers. Don't
and
spoil
turned it
us,
over to
Yuri.
Someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who
You sure?
it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out
You sure
the,
about that?
the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are
Trooper
they?
Proctor.
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today,
There it goes.
do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
What? No, overruled.
We're going to go through each person.
Yes.
There's only 4.
I'll allow this
You
question.
better allow that, Judge
Do you remember
Kanani.
turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Come on.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger.
Ooh! Oh, got him! Hold on. Look at this face! Look at this. This is the face of a man who has just been cooked. AJ, excellent questioning. Excellent line of questioning. So it could have been a random stranger. Got him. Dang.
Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Is it? What's ridiculous is you can't answer the question.
Proctor's handwriting before.
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
Wow. That is amazing, y'all.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals
Look at Karen
interviewed.
coaching them up. Hold on, let me run this back because this is good. This is good stuff right here.
Possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals
Wow.
interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
So
you provided a document to me, so
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Come
well,
on,
I got it
Yuri.
from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained.
Jeez.
Question.
This. Come on, Yuri.
That appears to be a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor?
Come on,
What about the
Yuri.
content?
Sure.
Do
If
you
these,
see a highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document, please?
We've got our first sidebar, guys. Wow. Wow. I knew Yuri was going to get cooked today. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. This is embarrassing. So he doesn't know who he handed the evidence bag to. He didn't fill out the evidence bag all the way. Not only did he not fill it out all the way, he didn't fill it out at all. But he also believes, as he said yesterday and testified yesterday, that the integrity of this investigation remained there. Okay.
Stop the cap.
Let's skip through this sidebar and see what he has to say about this. Yikes. This
May I
is a
have just a
man's
moment, Your
life
Honor?
that was
Yes.
lost and a woman's life at stake. And this is how things are handled.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
Yep. It's a simple question.
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, you know, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
So we're just
So
we're just spitballing this. See, this is the problem I have with these witnesses. So you're expecting that you have all these memory lapses now. You don't know who you handed the freaking bag to. But at the time of the investigation, everything took place, you can remember exactly where you found a tiny piece of clear plastic. That's what you want us to believe, Yuri. Is this making you look credible? No. Either you remember, you don't remember. You can remember where it was. You're going to bag it later because it's raining, it's snowing. You don't know who you handed it to, but I remember exactly where this little piece of plastic was. Dude, come on, man.
It's
The person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information
Nice.
being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand. It's
You're right, Don.
Secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
It was the kid riding the bike down the street.
I was
We
by
know who it was.
myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because I
Because
remember.
that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
Exactly.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
Not
That's
necessarily.
not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged
gosh.
on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
I don't remember now, but I
That
remember
you didn't
then.
fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
Wow. Wow.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was
This is embarrassing.
not
It's a supervisor.
booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh, you gonna
Those
understand.
pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label,
What?
creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm
It
not
wasn't
claiming
booked until
anything. You're
over a
testifying.
month
I'm asking
later.
questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence.
What? I hope this isn't true.
I have the,
I don't know why AJ would bring it up.
I'm sorry, which one?
the photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now he's not gonna be disciplined, y'all. He lost his 5 vacation days. He's already been through enough. Okay. Leave him alone. And then he has to go through this, get barbecued in 4K in front of the entire world. Let him live. Oh my God.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry.
This is crazy.
You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them.
Take your time, Yuri. We slow cooking you right now. Uh-oh. Judge Cannoni's got that look on her face.
Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Nope.
Well,
It
you can
shouldn't
look
take
at the
that long.
top. Well, let
We'll
me
tell
ask
you where it is.
Ask it in question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? Do you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Take your time, Yuri. Oh boy. Yeah, that's not an objection. I don't even know what his objection would be there. Sit back and enjoy the ride, Brennan, because this is not the witness. This ain't it right here. Jeez. Answer, no.
Refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, then I turned it over.
Right. After you
This chain of custody is garbage. So he took him, he tossed him in the back of his car, or Michael Proctor did, who knows, drove around with them for a while. Then they took it over to the DA's office and said, hey guys, here's the evidence from this police officer that's, according to our assumptions, according to our theory, was hit with the glass. Let's hold on to this and maybe we'll send it over to the lab to be processed a month later.
You turned it over on February 10th, which was the date that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it
course
was
you
a
don't.
member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation
Between
indicating
February
where those
10th.
items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance, between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was
Answer
collected.
the
It was at the
question.
Norfolk District Attorney's Office
Honor.
before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments.
Your Honor, please instruct
Sergeant Buchanan,
the,
do you understand my question? I'm asking,
the witness to answer
can
the
you point
question.
to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them.
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
Why?
No,
I'm
just
sorry,
to-
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
Why was that sustained? That was an excellent question. Can you point to any documents between February 10th and March 14th?
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in, but if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
Jeez.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay. But that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw that reference.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th,
Speculation.
when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony that there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
He can remember the weather. Yeah, it's amazing. This guy.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Jeez.
Sergeant, that's a two-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
He's not lying, guys. He's just misremembering me.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can
some.
you just tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to the bag?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second
the
page?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the,
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark them for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black Taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag. The other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just, one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Oh yeah, he's
Is there any objection from the public?
misremembering like crazy.
No objection.
Okay.
I don't know how you recover this witness. All of our attorneys in the chat, y'all let me know. This is if you're the prosecutor and this is your witness, how do you recover this? Because they might as well throw this whole testimony away as far as I'm concerned.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Garbage.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Excellent. You should read that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to-scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab. The black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right. If we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page.
The limbs or the item number? The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay. And that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There are several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can
Do
still
we know
see that
if
on the screen,
Proctor's
correct?
testifying yet?
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. General,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's the 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
But according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you
Did
could
you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself
Brennan?
with
I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
it. I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic, and third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, L-I-M.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
8 inches.
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 7/16, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
you collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground, and you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Mm-hmm. Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you. And
It's like,
switch
yeah, just
to
get me out of here.
the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived
Why
at
is he
the Waterfall after leaving C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
You
When
don't
they walked
remember.
in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
Is Brian Higgins
I
going to be up
received
here again?
extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Interesting.
Yes.
Good morning, y'all.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those
Oh,
off
they're
of his
not
phone?
calling Higgins.
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Tell us who Brian Higgins
Would you
is, AJ.
describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Ooh.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content.
How would you describe it?
I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, was it
There you go.
business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were
Friendly
communications between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtatious, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would
They were friendly, y'all.
support that label.
Well,
They were friendly.
There was. Do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Oh,
Objection.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had, based on the text messages?
that's a good question. Ah,
They were
come
close
on,
friends.
Bev. Judge Bev, come on now. Yeah, this is a good point to approach. Again, I'm not an attorney, but I would have asked the same thing. That's great. I love it. That's sidebar number 2. Let me see. Let me read a couple of these super chats and then we'll keep it moving. Who did I miss from earlier? My guy, Dr. EJ, the sponsor of this entire week. This man gifted 150 memberships on Wednesday. Insane support, man. Shout out to Dr. EJ. Definitely broke the record on this show and on the channel in general. So shout out to Dr. EJ. Gifted 5 memberships. If you got a membership from him, please make sure you say thank you. We've also got CPE in here with the 20 bomb. Says today is going to be super hard to pay attention just because the Commonwealth is so well, you know. Have a blessed weekend, everyone. Shout out to CPE. Also, hold on a second. I had one over on PayPal. Shout out to Slim Life New Jersey. She says, have a great weekend. Thank you for all you do. 2 of my favorite people that provide amazing content. Thank you so much. Love this channel. It makes my day better. And shout out to my CEB family. Love y'all. Give it up to Slim Life over on the PayPal. We've got Kara Hampton in here gifting 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Kara, make sure you say thank you as well. We've got, let me see here, Social Change Warriors in the building. We got a new timer up in here. It says, great job covering Free Karen Reed for Justice for John O'Keefe. Please join me at 8 p.m. tonight on my Friday Night Lies advocacy channel. My life matters, just us. Okay, shout out to Social Change Warriors. Shout out to all the content creators tuning into the channel too. I love supporting y'all, so appreciate you stopping by. We got Penny Neal in here with the 2 bombs. Says, keep talking about cocktail glasses. I need a full one right now. Listen. You might need a couple to make it through this testimony. Thank you for that, Penny Neal. We've got CPE back in here with the 5 bomb. Says, does Yuri, Mr. Proctor, or Michael Proctor, and the rest of the Canton PD work for Winnie Bulger? I don't know who that is, so I'm going to miss the joke. Dang, I feel bad. CPE, you'll have to tell me who that is. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. CPE also says he's not dumb. He is playing the good old boys game. Just answer the question. I say this so much with these witnesses. Just answer the question. It's not that complicated. Nancy just became a new member. Appreciate you being a member, Nancy. And make sure you go check out some of the members only content over there. And also we have Slim Life New Jersey again. She's been a member for 5 months. Says, I absolutely love y'all. She's showing so much love today. Thank you so much for the outstanding content. Thank you so much, Slim Life. Appreciate you being here. Love your comments in the chat as well. So thank you for the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me see. Yeah, shout out to Dr. EJ too. So Amy said that is 2 sidebars so far. So we're going to skip through this because we are on a delay, y'all. I'm getting back into the delay game just because too many sidebars up in here.
So how are we going?
Here we go.
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Bukhenik to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and text messages.
Okay. And I need copies as well.
Okay.
So if you can get them to Mr.
the jury
McDermott so
might
I
have
can
to
have
step
them,
out.
that'd be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Oh, so what did they have to figure out? We got a little break here. I should have maybe waited to read the super chats. This is interesting. Well, we had a delay and now we just lost it. Dang. Yo, this trial is absolutely insane. I feel like there's a lot of corruption with the police. Is it corruption or do they just really suck at doing their job? What kind of investigation is this? Let me see if we're back yet. So we skipped forward and lost all of our delay. This is insane. I also want to make sure I didn't miss.
I want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take a half an hour break.
Oh, okay. So they're taking their morning break. So we should be back shortly. We should be back shortly. Let me see some of y'all's comments. Let's see. Another half an hour. Yeah, this is the morning break, so we're taking it early. Whitney Bulger was a mob hitman that the prosecutor represented. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Getting hot under the collar, Yuri. Yeah, y'all saw him adjusting his collar. He was over there. Sweating. It's that castor oil rushing through your body because you're stressed and lying. Dang. I think it's interesting to see for these investigations just how laid back everything was. I mean, they were riding around with evidence in the car, waiting to process things. Is it normal for you to have evidence for a month and it not go to the lab for that long? I mean, dang. It seems like they were trying to do something. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to. Wow. The plot turn just happened. There had to be a confrontation. The two men must have fought. Whitney Bulger. Okay, I'll have to look that up. Let me see. What else are y'all saying? They might be reading Higgins' text. Oh, so you think he's going to bring in the text messages next? Let me see. I want to see what information I can find on Brian Higgins. So let's look this up. I know y'all know. So if you know in the chat, let me know who Brian Higgins is and what was going on with Brian and Karen Reed. I know it's been alleged, and a lot of people have said in the comments here and in the chat that it's alleged that John and Karen had some type of open relationship. I don't know if that's true or not, but depending on what these texts show, we might see something there. Y'all let me know what's going on there. And I'm trying to look up information on Brian Higgins since his name was brought up. Evidence has to be booked in a day, says Don. Jeez. What? They're going to bring Higgins' text. Okay. They're making copies of the text, I think. Brian and John got into a fight that night, I think, over Karen. Ooh. What? Higgins is the one that beat John to death. What? They're protecting the Alberts and the McCabe's. Worst police work ever trying to solve a fellow officer's murder. You think when a fellow officer is involved, they should bring in some type of outside investigator. Either way. I doubt it because they are both jealous people. Karen started a third grade GF relationship. These investigators need to be investigated. Can we say Rico? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They should have had someone from the outside handle this. Anytime there's a... Oh God, that's Brian Higgins. Jesus. Oh my God. Definitely wasn't an upgrade. Yeah, I'm gonna leave. Shout out to Brian Higgins. Let's see. Brian Higgins is a special agent with the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco. Okay, he's with the ATF. Let's see. Higgins was present at the after party on January 28th, 2022 at the home of retired Boston police officer Brian Albert, where John O'Keefe was later found dead in the snow. He testified that he left the party around 2 a.m. and did not see John O'Keefe's body on the lawn at the time. Higgins also stated that he received a call from Brian Albert at approximately 6:30 a.m. informing him that O'Keefe had been found unresponsive outside the house. Relationship with Karen. During his testimony, Higgins acknowledged exchanging flirtatious text messages with Karen Reed in the weeks leading up to O'Keefe's death. He described an incident where Reed planted a kiss on him after watching a football game at the O'Keefe's house. What? The prosecution presented these interactions to suggest potential motives and dynamics between the individuals involved. So as a lot of y'all are saying, maybe Higgins and John got into it at the party. Defense's perspective. The defense has pointed to Higgins as a potential alternate suspect, suggesting that O'Keefe may have been involved in a confrontation inside the Albert home and that Higgins, along with others, could have been involved in a cover-up. They highlighted inconsistencies at Higgins' testimony and questioned his actions following the incident. Okay, interesting. Controversies. One notable point of contention in Higgins' handling of his cell phone. He admitted to discarding his old phone after transferring select data to a new device. A decision that the defense argued could have led to the loss of potentially critical information. Higgins maintained that he did not intentionally destroy evidence. Amy says, I think that swinging was about to happen. Oh my gosh. Not open relationship, but also not married. That's true. A lot of people say if you're not married, you're single. So it is what it is. This caused Karen insecurity. Amy's right. I thought I seen the video of him having words with someone at the bar. I wonder if Higgins had been the one who got murdered. Would they have protected John, or was Higgins preferred over John? I don't know. Brian Higgins looks old enough to be Karen's dad. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, or at least her significantly older brother. I'm not gonna get into that. Also, shout out to Social Change Warriors in here with the 5 bomb. Says, trust me on this. I'm a retired LEO. Alberts were pissed. John O'Keefe kept calling the cops on Collins' drug dealer friend. Chris Albert invited John O'Keefe to the Waterfall. Oh my. Let's see. ClassE said that somewhere in the comments, the text messages were entered in the first trial. It's all making more sense. Get these women too. They're a part of the cover up. Amy also says, why would 2 key figures in the Karen Reed case, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, dump their phones after a court order to turn them over was rescinded? Not just the phones, SIM cards too. If you got nothing to hide, why erase the digital trail? Ooh. You need a sentence said, blaming on the alcohol. Yeah. So many spider webs in this trial. It's weird to see. And I also, let me see if we're back yet. So tempting to view Brian Higgins' testimony, but we're going to be patient and wait until we get there. Let me see if they're back. They are not back yet. So this might be a good time to take a short break real quick. Let me see. Higgins texted John that night after leaving the Waterfall. You coming here? Meaning 34 Fairview. Also, Amy says, does anyone think that Brian Higgins was upset that Karen didn't want to talk to him anymore because she was ignoring him? So he started a fight with John and ended up killing him? Oh, look at Amy getting exposed. Amy, I thought you didn't know about this case. We were supposed to watch this case together. I didn't know that. So when did she start ignoring him? See, we're jumping ahead now. I'm trying not to be too impatient. I think it's more likely John O'Keefe confronted Higgins about it. Brian Higgins is just part of the puzzle. The Alberts wanted to have a chat with John. They have been pissed at him for months. Why? I believe Brian, Albert, and Higgins are protecting Colin. See, who's Colin? Which is why the whole cover-up is so out of hand. Y'all are saying yes to what Amy said. Kel Bell says yes. Uh-oh. Only one reason to drop them SIM cards on a military base. Ooh. Yes, she stopped taking his calls. So Brian was getting in his feelings, huh? Oh, poor Brian, man. He thought he had found love. He's about to take John's girl. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. We're still not back yet. Okay, so who is Colin then? So now I gotta look this up. Let's see, who is Colin? And shout out to Mr. Brown in the building. Good to see you this morning with the 2-bomb. He doesn't even leave a comment. He's just showing some love. That's amazing, man. Shout out to Mr. Brown. Appreciate the love. Colin Albert is a key witness in the Karen Reed murder trial. He is the nephew of retired Boston police officer Brian Albert, whose home is at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts. So was Colin at the party? It says that's Colin Albert is their nephew. He was, okay, the night before, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was later found dead in the snow outside the residence. He was there. Okay. Don says that is partially true. It was about his kid, and Higgins was pissed because of the ghosting. She is the outsider, so they blamed her. So where is Karen from? Y'all keep saying she's an outsider. Where is she from? Just a different town, or just not from Massachusetts in general? Could be Higgins had whiskey. I gotta read these comments before I read them out loud. Let's see, what else are y'all saying? We've got, I want to make sure I don't miss any of these comments. She's from a different town. She's from Mansfield. Okay, so how far is Mansfield from Canton? I have friends in Boston, and I also heard that Colin Albert was selling drugs and was in close proximity to John O'Keefe's residence. And John O'Keefe had started confronting Colin with potentially the Alberts about it. Oh. Karen is an outsider. Yeah, we can't say outsider. We got to say outsider. Outsider. Colin Albert testified that he attended the party, but left around midnight when his friend Allie McCabe picked him up. He stated he never saw John O'Keefe that night. During cross-examination, the defense questioned him about videos from his high school years in which he made violent threats. Albert acknowledged the threats but claimed they were not serious and that no physical altercation occurred. The defense also presented a photograph from February 26th 2022, showing injuries on the Albert's knuckles. He explained that he sustained these injuries by slipping on ice at a party and attempting to catch himself. Seems pretty straightforward. And good morning to everybody just joining us. Let's see. Colin Albert and his family have reported experiencing harassment from supporters of Karen Reed, including being followed and photographed in public. The aspect of the case has added a high-profile nature and intense public scrutiny surrounding the trial. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. In the first trial, the defense suggested that Colin Albert, along with Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, could have been involved in a confrontation with John O'Keefe outside the house, leading to his death. However, in the retrial, Judge Cannoni ruled that the defense could not present Colin Albert as an alternate suspect. Interesting. Citing insufficient evidence to support such a claim. Okay, so it looks like Colin's off the hook there. Yeah, Miss J said, could you cover the Y&W Melly case? I definitely will. I know Y&W Melly's bond got denied. It's tough. That man he's been in there for what did we say? A third of his life, half of his life now? Insane. I will be covering Y&W Melly. Don't worry. I think set to start in September. So we'll be here for that. That Colin selling drugs was made up by Krusty. Who's Krusty? TB explained it and played a video of Krusty talking about that she planted that story. He played it about 6 months ago. Yes, Colin's knuckles were all banged up. Kel Bell says it is also alleged that John was investigating drug dealing by Colin. Yep. What about the leaf blower? Who's Krusty? I don't know who Krusty is. He also hurt his hand the same night John died. Colin was 100% in the house after 12. There's a video of counsel talking about John reporting the drug dealing. Very interesting. Okay, it looks like we might be getting close to being back. Let me see. Here we go. Camera's moving, so let's get ready for it. Unless the camera person is faking us out, which would be rude. Let me rewind this testimony a little bit. There you go. Y'all give me 1 second.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, you know, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
so it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
Well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope. Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand. Let's use that word. Secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see
All right,
any
we should be back. Let me see here.
item, especially focusing on items
How are y'all
7,
holding up
12,
over there?
or items 7, 12. You see
Gotta get
any
my
item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th?
AirPods reconnected.
All right, I'll take
Can
a
you
look.
guys hear me? Let me see if we're back. Oh yeah, we're back. All right, here we go. And again, I forgot to ask y'all again. We've got over 1,000 of, oh my, almost 1,100 of y'all in the building. We've got 800 likes. So if y'all could take a second, like the video. Likes are free, and it really does help us out. Thank you to everybody who's liked the video so far. Shout out to the gang, man. I gotta put Amy's message back up here so I can remind y'all. There we go. Let me see what you're saying. Krusty. Okay, I can't read that. Why can't he just say, look, man, John was going to bust us all. We could not allow that. No way he's gonna say that. I only feel sorry for the fact Buddy's lips got stolen from him. Dang. Goodness. Why are y'all doing Yuri like that? What did he do? And can anyone identify these people here? Is that Aaron behind next to Paul? I know Aaron's got dark hair. I just can't tell if that's her. I think it is. We got Peggy in the building. Amy sent me a picture of Peggy flipping off Karen Reed this morning. I think it was this morning because it looks like she's wearing the same shirt. It's crazy. Yo, I shouldn't laugh because that was her son, so I shouldn't laugh at that. It's kind of crazy she flipped her off though. Who's this? Who's this? Who's this? Y'all know who these people are? Why is this judge rushing him? She is rude. Or does she know Karen Reed has already been proven not guilty? Well, she's innocent till proven guilty. Y'all said, please share the pic. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I'm gonna see. No, that wasn't from today. Let me see. How do I save this? I don't know. I can't tell if she's doing that to Karen or not. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm trying to download it so I can show y'all. Still nothing yet. This break was longer than 30 minutes. And we got the OnlyFan back. No one can identify these people. Who's that sitting to the left of Peggy? These two look like they might be related. And I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who this is back here. Not sure who that is there. These people are the O'Keefe family and friends from Canton against Karen. Okay, gotcha. Only fan and 1 subscriber. Shout out to the only fan in here. I wish I could take a picture and figure out, just screenshot and figure out who those people are. Thank you again to everyone who's liked the video so far. I would not want to be on this jury. Having to listen to all this BS liars piss me off more than anything. Listen, it's been struggle. Especially, I think the most disappointing is not even Yuri. It's not Carrie. It's not Jen. I think the most disappointing to me was Katie McLaughlin. Why, as an EMT, are you struggling this hard to answer simple questions? You're not on trial here. Just tell us what happened. Tell us about your relationship with Carrie. And then be done. Why are you acting like the defense attorney is trying to implicate you in something or wants to accuse you or something? Just answer the question. You were there trying to save a man's life. This is what happened. You have a relationship with Carrie and then you gone. What's the motive there? It doesn't make sense. Still on the OnlyFan. All right, hold on a second. We might have him back here. We might have missed some. They have to stick together. That's garbage, man. Let's see.
Let's go back in session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Please.
Here we go.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that
It's
document?
heavily redacted.
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit 114.
Thank you. Okay.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
She said do it later.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Can I see it now?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
Yeah, let's see the text messages.
To the
Let's
best
get
of my
spicy.
understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
So is he going to read them out loud, or is he going to read them for himself?
Identification.
I want to see these text messages, man.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
All right. I'm going to see counsel.
Judge Bell said, yo, y'all see how thick that thing is? Look at
I
this.
expect to.
Look at this face. He said, huh? Excuse me, sir. Mr. Defense Attorney, sir. I don't even know what the word theory means. You expect me to read all of these text messages? I just told you English is like my third, fourth, fifth, 50, 11th language. Sir. Huh? Oh, we about to get super spicy. This is going to be good. Hold on. All right, we're back now. Are we going to read all the text messages? I hope we do. I hope we do. This is going to make for great TV if we get to hear these text messages. But we will be here a while.
Right, so jurors.
So let's see what she decides with the text messages.
Really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that of messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
It looks like they're gonna read them.
I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as
Look at
I've
his
told you
face.
before,
He's so pissed.
before you consider any electronic communication in your
I
deliberations, you
gotta
must
screenshot
first
this.
find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the
He's gonna read
defendant,
them.
or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if you do, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
It's about to be good. Y'all saw him.
Thank
He
you.
leaned his head back like, oh god.
Thank you.
I gotta do this.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Here we go.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smeirnoff ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response, and that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna keep it together. Oh.
Going back to the Smeirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smeirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smeirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smeirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from
It's just
Karen
an
Reed
emoji.
to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from
This is crazy.
Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smeirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by, same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha
It's the weed
ha.
whacker.
Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please.
Just couldn't notice that. Yo, listen. This third language but MFer is not reading all these text messages. So, then shout out to the weed whacker, man. Can y'all believe that? He said, yo, this is the weed whacker. Y'all rocking with the weed whacker? Oh my goodness. All right, let's get through the sidebar. I think that's sidebar number 4. Oh, shout out to the weed whacker up in here. That's insane. We just got into those text messages and it's already crazy. What do y'all think? It's so hard. That should be 4 sidebars by now. This is crazy. That is definitely 4. He's going to be there for a week, and he's also not saying who the text messages are from. Oh man. Yeah, that should be 4 sidebars. What does weed whacker mean? I'm sure they'll get into it. I honestly don't understand this. Popeye is going to explode. Higgins is the weed whacker. Wow. You lied. Amy said, don't need a weed whacker. There should never be weeds. I know that's right.
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are. And you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read
the back of
which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
She laughed at this man. Oh, man.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
Bubbles appear to be Mr.
Okay.
She laughed at it.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please.
She said, hell
All right,
no.
can you turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
She said, no. Please, dear
I just
God.
don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smeirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends. with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor.
So he doesn't. They don't even
Solo
know
is
each
cool.
other.
I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny. A savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea
This is so
who this was
awkward.
last night. For a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust.
This is so awkward. This is weird.
Yeah, I said loner, not
Super
loser.
cringe.
I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny.
You're funny.
Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry, life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest, so I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I am inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few.
Crazy.
Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night?
Yeah, you're right. That's a question. It wasn't
just
a question.
thinking about you. Haha.
Wait. So
Just
this is the next day. Hold on. This is the next day.
You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha.
14.
Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha.
Hey guys, Brian is not a hoe, okay? Whoever's out there chatting about him at Hillside, he is not a hoe. Will y'all stop spreading the lies about Brian Higgins? He's not a hoe, as you can see. It's the second time he said that.
You make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next.
Starting with the next one.
Yeah, I want to know.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where
What
the
does tie one
Yes,
on?
absolutely.
I don't know what that means.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes, her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving?
Here's when it
you
gets
don't want to
spicy.
stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello?
Karen.
Aren't we alike? I think so. So, why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me?
Karen.
I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes,
Dang,
they are.
Karen.
I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now.
Karen.
Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want.
Fair.
Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
I mean, they're single.
I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right?
Uh-oh.
Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me.
They kiss.
Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you. A lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated.
Oh, no.
Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number?
Oh, no.
It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant. But I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation.
Dang.
When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter.
Karen was trying to get her get back. Dang.
Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? Thong. I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on?
Hey, somebody needs to give Brian some game, man. This guy can't take a hit. Brian, she just wants to... I'm not gonna speak at it, but it's pretty obvious. Dang, just say, hey, what are you doing right now? Come on over. Come on, Brian.
We can say whatever we want.
It's right there. Come on, Brian. Dang.
Game on? You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on
He
then.
has zero, Brian has zero
Kinda.
game.
Can you hang? Sure.
That's crazy.
I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy?
This guy has...
Don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah. I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m.
Asked and answered.
Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over.
It must be an audio recording of the neighbors.
Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah.
Oh, man.
Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my McCabe house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops.
This is so bad.
It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC. There's no kids. You were a ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I?
Oh, that looks good. I've had that before. Amy's over there.
Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Ha ha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually... Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape.
This is wild.
Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
That's true.
I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
Brian. Kel Bell, our resident attorney, thinks this was a mistake to introduce these text messages.
Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way, too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am. But I have my work truck with me and not my personal. You get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know.
Bro, Brian, what are you doing, man? Was he even, y'all think he was feeling Karen? I don't know. Either he was just worried about getting clapped, not in a good way, or he just wasn't really feeling her. Because he's like, he's missing all the signs here. It's crazy.
Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy.
Did he just not want to fight John?
What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong?
Wait, what did she say?
No impact on my thong?
She said you have no impact on my thong. Oh my gosh.
I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like. And probably pretty independent, too. So like. I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more.
Oh my goodness.
Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things.
Yuri's doing a great job.
Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not, as much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No,
Dude, just
I am
say
not.
you're not interested.
Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs.
Right. This might have
And
been
we
a
already
mistake.
did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence.
So John and Karen had been together before? I did not realize that. She said they were together, they were childhood friends, and were together when they were younger. But I thought Karen was an outsider.
And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that, or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes.
But I thought Carrie and
I get it.
John were together in high
I
school.
deleted it because I didn't want
so
to
confused.
do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not.
I'm not saying it.
Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday. And my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He Christ, are you guys hooking up?
Uh-oh.
OMG, great.
Yep. Brian was like, yep, John's about to pull up.
I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree.
Wait, what?
Yeah, weak, I agree.
She kissed Carrie and Jeff? What? I guess just to say goodbye.
Gay Jeff too?
So it wasn't like a...
Yeah, weak, I agree.
Okay.
LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse.
Shout out to Gay Jeff.
You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is.
Boy,
Funny.
these people are weird, man.
What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass. Nothing.
It's You got it, Yuri. He's drinking his smart water.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him.
Karen's like, I want a good guy.
That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. He's self. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with
Get your life
compliments and
together.
how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m.
Who has time to text this much?
It was fun. I've complimented you today, too. And kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why?
He said you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Oh, Lord.
Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You
Sounds
would
about right.
rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an
having
ant
a friendly
crawling across the
conversation
floor,
about sleeping
and I
together.
wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever.
Oh, this is crazy.
Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're
Brian,
seeing
just
people
hit
too.
already. Dang.
I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words.
Yeah, this texting is insane.
I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say.
You already hang out, Karen.
If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that?
Why are these two adults afraid to say they want to smash?
Because
This
I've
is
tried
crazy.
and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? You see, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday.
And this is what I'm saying. He clearly, Brian, either he's just afraid of getting set up by Karen. He doesn't really like her that much, or he's just not interested and doesn't want to say. He's like, maybe I'll just keep her on the shelf, keep her in the rotation for a night I'm feeling sad. But Brian, I don't know what he's doing here.
Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through.
Brian was not feeling Karen at all.
What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss? Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got.
He wasn't
I went for
talking
some
about
wine
the drink.
and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me, that a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me, I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward.
This is insane.
You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup. Sup. You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or are you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you.
There you go.
Neither is John.
They're single.
Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Yeah, Yuri's on fire right now.
You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay.
I want to see Karen. Can we put the camera on Karen?
Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear.
Yeah,
I had been going out
why does he keep
with
saying
someone
she's
for a few
irritated?
years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha.
Oh, this is brutal.
I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where are you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper.
This is crazy.
Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years.
Really bored.
I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two.
I don't know, Angela. I don't know. Why would adults sit up and text this mess instead of picking up the phone is crazy to me. I hate texting. Hate with a passion.
Haha, I figured.
Such a waste
My
of time.
shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Wait, hold on. Pause,
I'm sorry,
pause.
There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the.
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at I usually.
I want to
drink
see
whatever the
Karen's
person
face. Can
with
we
me
see
is
Karen,
having.
please, cameraman?
I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh. Which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said, bite me, like 3 times. Okay.
So coming
8:30
over is
is too
okay,
late.
but saying
For
bite
what?
me.
Drink.
is-
No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark? It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize.
It's not your fault.
So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over?
Brian, give her the
Only if
address,
you want me
man.
to.
Dang.
Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you.
Oh my gosh.
Not at
Brian.
all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike
What
or
is wrong
93?
with this dude?
You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either place, so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use?
Karen must have
Turn
been
around
super
on the
desperate.
street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th.
Brian said, Was it good? What? Did you have fun?
12:27 p.m. Hi, how was your day?
This is the
Good, yours?
weakest ish I've ever seen in
I'm
my
exhausted.
life.
Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you.
Oh, dang. Brian said, hey, haven't heard from you in a while after, you came over. Brian. No wonder he was so hesitant. 2 minutes in, Karen was out of there.
I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Oh, my.
Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right, the lights, please.
Wow, that was brutal. An hour and 23 minutes of pure BS. Y'all gotta let me know what you think about this in the comments in the chat. Wow. I have so much I want to say on this, but I'm gonna let y'all have it. Guys. Karen pulled a hit it and quit it on Brian. Curious said what I was thinking. Bro, what? And she didn't even want to go back for more. She didn't talk to him after that. Karen really hit it and quit it. Libby said, I want to hear it all again. Yo, this is crazy. Absolutely insane.
Our jurors were right at 1 o'clock, so we can take our
Court, all rise for the jury.
Oh my gosh.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
If she's seeing counsel at scheduling, are we going to be almost done? Yo, Brian. Amy said maybe it wasn't good. Amy, that thing was trash. Look at this.
Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Ellen around on the street. Excuse me.
Okay, I want to get a timestamp.
You were no press rock, so I don't know. Pike, me going. I am
Maybe.
W. Meet up off. Drive around.
There's no timestamp.
Yeah. I apologize. W. Roxbury yelling to come over. Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha.
Chris, don't say that.
Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you.
The weed whacker.
Hell, I'm going. At the crib. Daub, say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever.
All right, yeah, we go through this. Blah, blah, blah. Give me the address.
Show you where. Bryan Drive, West Roxbury Township,
Karen said, give me the
New
address.
Jersey.
I'm down.
Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts. It's a screenshot.
She said, I'm here.
Element.
And then he said, okay. And then at 11:13, she said, home alive with the wink face. And he said, cool. Thoughts? Fellas, gentlemen, guys, if you have to ask, it wasn't it. If you have to ask, she said home alive with the wink face, so I mean that was a little flirtatious, I guess. But man, and it gets worse. She said, I'm home alive, wink face. Got that out of my system. He says, cool. Thoughts? And she's like, maybe.
Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m.
I want to see how long she was there. Did you like it? Was it good?
Home. Alive. Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts.
No, dang. What? You asked my thoughts. He said you didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Oh, dang. He said, okay, I think I get it. He said, dang. I messed up. If you have to ask us one thing. If she doesn't say, I don't know if I'm going to be able to go to work tomorrow. I'm going to have to rest up before the next time I come over. Something, man. She said, maybes. I don't know my thoughts. I didn't have enough time to think. It was so quick.
Okay, I think I get it. You have any?
Dang.
Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How
And
was
then
your
you didn't
day?
text her until the next day.
Good, yours? I am exhausted.
She ghosted
Yeah, that makes
him.
two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime.
Oh my
He's
God.
a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha. I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you.
Oh, dang. He hadn't heard from her. F-bomb says negative 2,000 Riz. Oh my goodness. I feel bad for Brian, man. Brian, you got to stop drinking. We got to get you in shape. Y'all, and if you don't know what Brian looks like, this is he looks like an offensive line coach. There's Brian Higgins right there. Can y'all see him? Jesus, man. Let's go. We're going to do a little bit of a rewind while we take a break here. We got to finish up Jennifer McCabe's testimony, and then we'll go back and get some other testimony in here too. Let me see if I could find it. Y'all give me a minute, and I gotta take a second after all that. Hold on.
Jurors, I just want to tell you, she was just spiraling, yelling about Ashley, who was Bella's mom, and just talking what I thought was very irrational about John maybe being with her.
So you're looking around outside of the vehicle as the vehicle is going down towards Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recall how it was that Ms. Roberts came about coming to Fairview similar to the night before? Did she come in from the Chapman side or from the Cedar Crest side?
Chapman.
And as the vehicle turns from Chapman onto Fairview, what, if any, conversation was going on at that point?
Well, Bella lives on that street, so that was when that conversation was being had. Also, just a continuation. It was just like continuous screaming of our names, Carrie screaming at her to sit back, and then sometimes she would sit back and almost like be quiet for a minute, and then it would start all over again.
Now, as you were coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, were you saying to Ms. Roberts did Ms. Roberts know where she was going as far as where your sister lived?
No, I told her that my sister lived at the bottom, and then as we got closer, I said, you know, just past, see where those trees are? Just past the trees is my sister's house.
And as you
Hold
got
on a
in that
second.
area,
Hold on. I can't let this go. All right. I'm gonna read some super chats real quick, and we gotta have a conversation about this. This is. I have never. I'm gonna read some of y'all's comments. He said maybe it wasn't good. My goodness. Nosy Rosie said, can you play Higgins reading them? It's so much cringier. Higgins read them the first time? What? Amy said he must not have that much to work with. Oh. Hey, yo. He got ghosted. Look at this. Haven't heard? Stranger. Hey, Karen says, I was busy. Sorry I missed you. Haven't heard from you after, you know. CPE in here with the 5 bomb says, start a Commonwealth saved by Judge Bev daily polls. Yeah, I wish we could do multiple ones. That would be a good one. Amy in here as well with the 2 bomb says, Weed Whacker will have you going from this to this. Hey, yo. Oh, man, come on. He wasn't weed whacking nothing, it sounds like. Curious Coco, New York, with the 2 bomb, appreciate you, says, I cannot with this cringe fest. Cringe fest is an understatement. How would y'all, what do y'all think? If some of your text messages were put out there, what do you think? Just think of the person you text the most. If some of your text messages were put out there like this, what do you think would be the perception of them? Would it be cringy? Would it be funny? Would it be businesslike? What is a way you would describe it? We got to have a conversation about this conversation because this is insane. Oh, okay. You said you have buyer's remorse. Oh my gosh. Oh, gaslighting. Yeah, Chris said it too. It was reverse psychology. For sure. Karen wasn't, she wasn't getting what she wanted, so she switched things up. Slimlight said, when did she say John died? Yeah, we'll see that here in a second, actually.
I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd.
Haven't heard from you, and she ghosted him. So he said on.
Have a problem. Kidding. I know.
On the 23rd. On Sunday, January 23rd, he's like, I haven't heard from you.
Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd.
Oh, and I guess she was having issues with her phone. And then an hour or so later, she said her phone works. Let's see. When did she say John died?
9:40 p.m. Phone
Thought
works.
you were all set with talking? No.
Thought you were all set.
You sure?
With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
Dang. She didn't say John was killed. John was hurt. She said John died. Karen said, nope, never again. If it was bad, I'm no longer talking to you. Plus, I'm blocking your number. Dang, you're not even gonna tell him? Like, hey, I did a review of our previous experience, and I've got this document for you. I want you to look at. We've decided we're not going to move forward. Seeing your performance during our last meeting, and I just want you to have this to be able to evaluate yourself and see how you can make some adjustments moving forward. None of that? Dang, y'all are brutal. He was probably moaning in his with the Boston accent. Oh God. Oh my God. Oh. There's so much more I want to say. I can't. This is a family show. Dottie's watching, so I gotta relax. After he sent her that text message in the waterfall, he kept checking his phone. You can see it on the surveillance video. He told her she'd lock him in a room. Yeah. Lock him in a room and say, please don't come out. He said, you should know a body does the talking. Yeah, you don't have to. Did you like it? She says. Maybe she said home alive because Brian did that rabbit on. If I was Karen, I would have been mad if it wasn't good. I mean, look, you can look at the guy. He looks older than John. He doesn't look like, I mean, no offense to Brian. He doesn't look like he's in the best shape. He's overweight. Come on, Karen. It was just to make him feel good. He got ghosted. Probably a dead lay. Oh my gosh. If a man asks me that, I will yell, I will tell you. Don't get mad at the truth. Just saying, says Truly Blessed. He sounds like he would have been pissed and jealous of John. Yuri is a good narrator. Maybe audiobooks. He did a great job narrating this for sure. He wanted her to like it. I wanted her to say, that was amazing. She said, I don't have any thoughts. Thoughts? I didn't have enough time to think. It's like 2 minutes. What did she say? Oh my gosh. You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. His ego was bruised, man. I don't want to know rabbit style unless it's Eminem. That was such a role reversal from the usual hit it and quit it. She definitely hurt his pride. She ghosted him. Oh my goodness. Lord have mercy. Oh, we got a couple more super chats. Shout out to Slim Life, New Jersey in here, says game over. Crazy. Crazy. Amy in here dropping the 50 bomb. She said, let me show them. Let's smash, babe. Listen, man. Amy. Sometimes I wonder what other people's experiences are like. Because some of these text messages ain't it. And I'm like, man, I feel guilty. I'm like, well, I never have to wonder. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I don't want to get too personal. Amy, I'm not going to ask you any questions in the chat. Either way, thoughts? Thoughts? Really? What? I don't know. We might have to have a clinic or something. Amy, I don't know what's going on, but yeah, you're good. I got you. Shout out to Amy, major sponsor of today's show, by the way. Y'all show her some love. Let me show them. People be like, oh, so that's, oh, okay. That's how it's supposed to go. Shout out to Woohoo Worldwide says house long to die in the text. Yeah, the only thing Jen thought Karen asked her to Google house long to die in the cold. What she really asked Jen to Google was house long till never mind. This is a family show. I'm trying to keep it PG, all right? Hey, Daddy said, what's there to talk about? She was in the hospital at that point. I think she had no idea what happened. Slim Light said, Amy, that's how it's done. Short and sweet. Amy, have I ever... No, I'm... All right. Nope. He was limp and gassy. Y'all, let Brian live. She was in the hospital at that point. Yep. She's saying the phone works both ways with that arrow emoji. Oof. My guy Les Cleaver is in here. He must be on his lunch break. Shout out to Les Cleaver with the 2-bomb. Thank you, Les. He probably had whiskey, eggplant. Slim Pickens in Canton. Ugh. I mean, wasn't she a professor? Didn't she say that? Could she have found somebody a little more younger, a little more spry? Where was she a professor at? Do y'all know? Amy said, house long to last. Olympic Gassy is crazy. Y'all are cooking, Brian. He hasn't even gotten on the stand yet. He was mad, bruised ego, and heated to see her with John. They all got drunk, and him and John got into it. Shout out to Simb. I'm saying it wrong. Shout out to S with the 10 bomb. Thank you for the support. Just laugh out loud. This whole thing is a joke. Amy said, hey, listen. We're going to take a break here in a second. Now we know why he was hesitant. And that's exactly what I was thinking earlier, Chris. He knew the performance wasn't going to be all there. If you can handle business, you're like, yeah, come on. He talk about, oh, you won't want me to leave. Boy, if you don't get out of here, Brian's going to have to move. So this is going to be tough for him in Canton. This is a small town. People talk. And they're like, so, January 23rd, what happened? Les Cleaver is in here with the 5-bomb. Says, how's long before the Viagra kick in? Oh, yeah, there you go, Les. How's long before Viagra starts working? They got Amy in here. Amy, I told you not to do this. She said, you're an overachiever. No complaints, only a question. Can I have more? The only question Brian should have been texted was like, hey, are you good? You sure you didn't want me to take you home? Oh, shout out to Amy with the 5-bomb, man. Hey, I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna ask those type of questions, but listen. You could have texted her, you sure 3 was enough? All right, this is a family show, y'all. We're not supposed to be doing this. Shout out to Amy for thank you for that, Amy. And I would second that. The only question is, can I have more? For sure. No thoughts. No thoughts. Only a question. Can I have more? Absolutely. Good Lord. Just because you use Viagra doesn't mean anything if you don't know how to. All right. See, now Mellow DC is in here. John might have been trying to hit on Brian Albert's daughter or niece. Karen thought he was anyway. Interesting. I guess we're going to get to that. Shout out to Truly Blessed. So, where did John's underwear end up? All that talk of panties and boxers made me wonder. Maybe they kept them on him. I mean, that's possible. You think Brian killed John? I have no idea. We haven't even gotten there yet. We're just reading text messages and talking about EMS initially. It's insane. Amy is going crazy up in here with the 2-bomb. No thoughts. Only thank you, Daddy. That should be the only thing. Shit. Shout out to Amy with the 2-bomb. Not thoughts. Yeah, seriously, man. Amy, she knows, but Amy's spoiled, so she's definitely biased. But that's a good thing. All right, let me see. I think I got all of y'all's comments. We've got a little bit more time before we're back after lunch, so let's get back into Jim McCabe's first testimony. And then once we get Yuri off the stand, did Yuri testify the first time? I think he did. For all of you first trial watchers, did Yuri testify the first time? No, Amy, hey, listen, you do not have to behave. You can let them know. It's fine. You're running a tight ship over there. You know what I mean? So we got Brian Higgins. We've got Yuri. Played a role in as accused of Boston police. Testimony in court. Okay, so he did testify the first time. So we'll have to run that back. We'll have to run that back when he's on, because I want to hear his testimony from the first time too. Can't imagine John's teenage kids watching this. Her acting like they're such a burden. Ah, that's true. That's true. I mean, imagine Peggy. We know Peggy's in the court right now, listening to what Karen was intentionally doing behind John's back. Yikes. Amy with another 2-bomb says John didn't kill Brian. He couldn't even kill the cat. Hey, yo. Yo, y'all let Brian live. Lord, Amy. He couldn't even murder some ass, she says. Zero game. But I mean, obviously, usually people, when I don't want to have this conversation, the confidence usually translates. And we actually had this conversation the other day. The confidence usually translates. So if you have zero confidence in Riz in the chats and in the text, come on, man. Maybe you should say 18 years or older for this channel. I might have to. Like, dang. It took me a second to get that. What did she say about his kids? I had an appointment. She said the kids were getting on her nerves. She didn't sign up for this. It was a burden because they weren't her kids, and it was taken away from her and John's relationship. It was hard. It was a struggle. Yeah. And then Brian said that he went through something similar. He said in a previous relationship, he went from being single to basically being in a father role because the woman that he was dating had a daughter, and they had that in common. And he said he's a cop and he can't even shoot right. Dang. Y'all leave this man alone. Honeybee is out of here. Honeybee's had enough. Are you saying hi, Honeybee, or are you saying goodbye because of the conversation? Oh, man. She mentioned a few times that she never had kids and she ended up responsible for John's kids. Yep. Saying that's not what she signed up for. And then if John was doing what she alleged he was doing on top of that, she's probably like, man, that's enough. Yeah, but ripping and dipping doesn't mean murder. That's true. Hey, y'all, time to stop with the code words talk. I'm sorry. I don't think she meant that they were a burden. It was not what she signed up for, and it was a tough change. Yep. Mm-hmm. Then divorce and no kids. Yep. Oh, Honeybee saying hi. Okay, I thought I saw you earlier, Honeybee. Thanks for stopping by. But in all honesty, some people are just not good in we are not doing this, y'all. All right, let me go ahead and put Jen back up here. Y'all give me a second. I'll be right back. I can't.
The residents of your sister at 34 Fairview Road. Trees
if
that
you're not
talking
good,
about where
just
are
get
they
some
in relation
practice.
to the property?
Put in the work.
They're
Get
at the start of the property is the trees, and then their property begins.
And so the flagpole area and fire hydrant that you were talking about in earlier exhibits, is that in the same area as the trees?
Yes, it goes the trees and then the fire hydrant, then further up is the fire hydrant and the flagpole.
As you're coming
Thank
down
you, Amy,
Fairview
for the
now,
super chat.
approaching 34 Fairview,
Let's get some
the
cake.
house would be on which side of the vehicle, on the driver's side or the passenger's side?
The driver's side.
And as you approach that area where trees and the flagpole and the fire hydrant were, what if anything happens then?
We drive past the flagpole area, and all of a sudden Karen starts screaming, there he is, and she's banging to get out.
And banging on the door in the back seat?
Yes.
And at the time that she's saying this, were you able to see anything outside of the vehicle?
I saw nothing.
And what, if anything, when she's banging and kicking the door, banging on the door, what did Ms. Roberts do?
Miss Roberts unlocked the door. Karen got out. Miss Roberts looked at me and said something like, she's crazy or she's batshit crazy, something like that.
And when the defendant gets out of the vehicle, where is it that she goes?
She just runs
And runs with?
straight to John.
And again, when she's running, at this point in time, can you see what she's running toward or where she's going or anything that she's talking about seeing?
I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John.
So she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was,
Correct.
and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there.
Yes.
And when she gets over there, what if anything could you see at that point?
She straddles John and she lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face.
Let me take a step back from that just for a moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Now, Mr. McCabe, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen and what's been marked as Exhibit 12, and I know this is not something that pertains to your vehicle or anything else. But what I'm going to ask you as it plays through is if what you observed in this video is consistent with what you observed during the drive to Fairview Road that day. Ms. Gilman, if you could play. As this video is running, Mr. McCabe, if I could just ask, what you see in this video, is that consistent with sort of the lighting and the conditions weather-wise that you observed when Ms. Roberts was driving from Meadows Ave to Fairview?
Yes.
McCabe, do you recognize whereabout in the town of Canton this is perspective-wise as far as what street or where it is, any landmarks that you observed in the video?
Yes, that is Cassie. We just passed Cassie's Corner Store, and that is Chapman Street.
Coming to be good. Again, Ms. McCabe, do you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton we are in this portion of the video?
Yes,
Where are
this is the top of Fairview.
we? So this will be from Chapman coming on to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, along that ride along Chapman, is that the period of time that you're looking out the window and trying to see if you can see John on the side of the road?
Yes, but we didn't drive that way.
You came from the other direction?
Yes.
You would have been taking, instead of a right onto Fairview, you would have been taking a left onto Fairview?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, what's up on the screen and what you just observed as far as the drive down Fairview, is that fair and accurate portrayal consistent with what you observed and Ms. Roberts was driving down that morning?
Yes.
And at this point in time, as you're coming sort of down the hill from Fairview, is this the point that the conversation occurs as far as Bella's mother and prior dating relationships and things like that?
A little bit more towards the top of the street.
So Bella's mother lives more closer to the top by cabinet?
Midway down, yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. The vehicle in the roadway there, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Miss Roberts.
Just for clarification purposes, with the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Roberts.
Oops.
Now, the area where you observed Mr. O'Keefe, can you see that in this particular pause frame of the video?
Not in this frame, I cannot. It's not clear.
Just come in if you could. You see that area now?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention where just come in if you could play this for
Does he have drug problem? Does he do drugs? Does he do drugs? Huh?
if you could, fast forward just about a minute. Right. And then you pause. Okay, do you recognize any of the individuals up on that screen?
Yes.
And if you could, with the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention, who you recognize and who you recognize then?
Carrie Roberts, myself, Karen Reed.
Thank you. Come on, you can take that. Excuse me. Now, Ms. McCabe, if I could just take you back to when you arrived there. You indicated Ms. Reed goes over to Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Roberts. What is it that you were doing at that time?
I got out of the car and I came around, and for a second or two, I completely just froze. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then Carrie and I made eye contact, and I called 911. And Carrie was asking me to go to the car and get, she was yelling to get towels or blankets or something out of the back of our car.
Is that why the back of the car is opened up in the video that we just saw in reference to Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
Did she direct you sort of where to go within the vehicle to find the blankets or the towels, whatever it was?
Yes.
Now, you called 911, you spoke to the operator and told them essentially where you were, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that initial, what you saw, that you froze and couldn't believe what you saw. Can you describe to the jury what it was that you saw?
I saw Carrie wiping the snow off of John's face, and I could not believe that that was John laying there.
And how was John positioned, or how was his body positioned when you saw him?
He was just laying flat on his back.
And as far as the snow Miss Roberts was wiping off his face, was there any other snow on his body at that time?
Yes.
And if you know about how much?
There was enough that his body was covered in snow.
And could you tell at that point how far Mr. Road was concerned?
I mean, I remember kind of a little ways in. I don't know exactly.
And so you make that call to 911, and what is sort of going on with respect to Ms. Roberts, the defendant, and Mr. O'Keefe while you're on that 911?
So I run the blankets over to Miss Roberts, and she's kind of lifts him up, put the blankets underneath him, and she's screaming at Miss Reed to get off of Mr. O'Keefe. And they're kind of yelling back and forth. Karen's screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" I, at some points, walk over towards the car, Carrie's car, to get away because they're so loud. And I was trying to be calm and get help there for John as fast as possible. Carrie starts yelling about doing CPR. She tells Karen to do mouth to mouth. Karen's yelling because as they start, blood starts coming out of John's mouth.
As far as the CPR, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
So during this time, the defendant's yelling and you're on the phone with 911, correct?
Yes.
So you're trying to back up or distance yourself a little bit so that you can hear what's going on with the 911 operator and they can hear you.
Yes.
And after you complete that 911 call, what's going on at that?
I go over, and at that point, Carrie asks if I can take over doing the compressions.
And did you do that?
I did, yes.
And at some point after you call 911, do either police or fire or someone responds and arrives on scene, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how much time it was in between when you hung up with 911 and when the first responders start to arrive?
From when I hung up, maybe a few minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
And do you recall whether or not it was police or fire or who showed up first?
Police.
And is that the officer that was in that video or that cruiser that was just up on the screen as the last to see?
I didn't see the officer in the video, but I know it was Officer Sarif was the first officer to arrive.
And so then, after the officer arrives, what happened then?
He was trying to figure out what had happened. Karen just ran around screaming my name, Carrie's name. Is he dead? Is he dead? It was on repeat. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? More officers started to arrive. The EMTs, they began to work on him.
And by him you mean Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe's still on the ground and they're working on him there, is that correct?
Yes.
And could you see anything about sort of what they were doing or what was going on with that?
No, I just saw a bunch of them around Mr. O'Keefe.
And then what happened then?
More officers began to arrive. Miss Reed just continued to run around screaming. As more officers and EMT arrived, they asked what happened. one EMT asked,
I'll allow it.
one EMT had asked, his name, his age, things like that, if she knew what happened. Miss Reed stated that she hit him. Besides running around saying, I hit him, did I hit him, could I have done this? Is he dead? Is he dead? At one point, one of the police officers put Miss Reed in the back of her cruiser, and he asked for myself to go over with her, and Carrie came over with us as well.
I'd like to just take you back to when the paramedic is asking for information, biographical information, things like that. You indicated that the defendant said, I hit him, is that correct?
Yes,
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Now, before you had made reference to statements she made with sort of qualifiers or questions as far as could I have hit him or did I hit him? Is that what she said at that time when she was speaking to the paramedic?
No, she was earlier, it was could I, did I. When she spoke to the paramedic, it was crystal clear. I hit him.
Now, one of the officers takes her over to the back of a cruiser, is that right?
Yes,
And you were over in that area as well?
yes.
Who, if anyone else, was over in that area?
Miss Roberts.
And while you were over in that area, what was going on over there?
We were in the back of the police cruiser. Karen was sitting in there. I kind of scooched myself in. Miss Roberts came over. Karen grabbed our hands. She asked us to pray. She looked at her hands and she had blood. She asked us if she could have gotten her period. We told her no, that was John's blood. Then she said, what if he's dead? Promise me you'll take care of the kids. Someone's going to take care of the kids. Then we prayed. Then at the end, they were moving John. And at that point, Karen told Carrie, go over, look, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. And Carrie said, I'll go over and check on him. And she was yelling, are they working on him? And then at that point, she grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And so I had my phone out and it was cold and my hands were frozen and I have MS, and I took my phone out while she was screaming and shaking my arm, and I attempted to Google how long does it take to die in the cold.
And when you conducted that search, that was at the defendant's request on scene sometime after 6 a.m. on that day, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not that came up as far as your search in Google? Is it something that you typed once or more than once, if you know?
I believe I did it multiple times because as I was typing it, I don't know what else was coming up. She was screaming. My hands were shaking.
And do you recall anything as far as what the search results were, or did you click on anything, or did you get an answer to the question the defendant had posed to you?
I don't even think I got an answer because as I kept Googling and she kept yelling, and then they were moving John, and the next thing I knew, we were kind of moving because she wanted to see if they were working on him.
And so you were moving along with the defendant over towards where Mr. O'Keefe had gone to the back of the ambulance?
Yes, we kind of just moved to see what was going on.
When you moved over, what did you see then?
They were just putting him in the back of the ambulance.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe was put into the back of the ambulance, where did you go then? What did you do?
At that point, different police officers, I believe, were arriving, and they were asking questions about what happened.
And did you speak to those officers?
I did, yes.
And at that point, did you know what happened?
No, to be honest, it was like I was there, but everything was just going on, and I was completely just in a state of shock and disbelief.
And that sort of period there, how long did that go on?
So I talked to a few officers. We tried to just give them, you know, he didn't come home. We went out looking for him, kind of just the brief overview. And then one of the police officers asked me to go into the house and to wake up my sister and my brother-in-law.
And at some point while you were outside, did you try to contact your sister and your brother-in-law?
I believe I called my sister, Nicole.
And when was that in relation to everything as far as medically that was going on with Mr. O'Keefe and all of that?
I think I might have called her right after I got off with 911 possibly, and then, you know, she didn't answer, and that's when I was walking over, I believe, to John.
And she didn't answer the call when you called her initially?
No.
And you recall calling either your sister Nicole or your brother-in-law Brian Albert prior to going into the house?
I don't recall. I know I did call Nicole at one point. I'm not sure if I called Brian or not.
Regardless of if you called or you didn't call, do you recall having any sort of phone conversation with either Nicole or Brian Albert before you went in the house?
No.
So you at least called your sister Nicole, she didn't answer, and then one of the officers directed you to wake them up.
Yes.
Now, when you went up to the house at 34 Fairview, how did you get in?
The front door.
And the front door was unlocked?
Yes.
Is that typical from your experience at that residence?
Yes.
And so you went to the house, and where did you go?
I went up the stairs to their bedroom.
And the bedroom door, when you arrived there, was it open or closed or something?
Closed.
And you opened it?
Yes.
And when you opened it, who, if anyone, did you see in the room, and what were they doing?
I saw my sister and Brian, and they were both asleep.
And you familiar with a dog that they have?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe?
Was Chloe in the bedroom as well at that time?
I don't recall.
You come in, they're both sleeping, and what happened then?
I go over to the bed, and I'm calling out their names.
And how long were you calling out their names before you got any kind of response?
Brian responded first, and he was very, you know, startled and looked at me like, what is going on? Nicole took a little, and, you know, I think it took Nicole a little bit longer than Brian to wake up.
And what is it that you're telling them as you're coming into the room and they're waking up?
I'm telling them that we just found John out front, and I could have possibly said, John has died. We just found John out front. They were very confused. At one point, I think Brian was like, who's John? I mean, they'd just woken up, and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Now, as far as when they're first waking up and you're explaining to them, how would you describe sort of their demeanor as you're talking?
They were both shocked. I think they thought, you know, like, why?
That's not what you think they saw.
Okay.
So what I'm asking them is just sort of when you observe them, how would you describe your physical observations of what they look like, their demeanor in that respect?
Shocked, confused, not understanding.
Objection, move to strike.
Strike the last one.
Now, as far as this conversation that you're having with your sister and your brother-in-law in their bedroom, how long was that going on for?
A few minutes, at least.
And then following that, where did you go?
They got up, got dressed, and then we walked down the stairs.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, what, if anything, did you see when you got?
There was a police officer at the bottom of the stairs.
And do you know who that police officer is?
Yes, Officer Lank.
At that time, did you know who that police officer was?
I did, yes.
How did you know?
He's from Canton. He was, I don't know, 5 years older than me. I knew him kind of growing up, who he was, and met him through the years.
So you're aware of who he was?
Yes.
And were there any other officers with him initially?
No.
Now, before you go into the house, do you know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were, or what they were doing when you went to the house?
I believe they put Karen in a car, and
Only if you know, only if you.
okay.
If you know. Do you know?
Karen was in a car. Kerry was walking all around.
Now, as far as the ambulance with Mr. O'Keefe, at the time that you go into the house, was that ambulance still there?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it had left.
And when you come downstairs with your sister and your brother-in-law, and the officer's there, you have a conversation, is that correct?
Yes.
Where did that first conversation occur?
In the hallway and then into the kitchen.
And from there, you mentioned that there was Officer Lank at one point. Were there any other officers that joined that conversation at some point?
Hours later, yes.
And so during that initial conversation, you're talking to the officer, who, if anyone else, not what they said, but who, if anyone else, is speaking to the officer?
Brian and Nicole.
Now, the conversation initially with the officer, do you know about how long that went on?
I don't. A few minutes.
And following that conversation, what did you do, or what happened?
My husband arrived.
And had you called him?
Yes.
And when had you called him?
I called him when I was walking in the house to wake up my sister and Brian.
So as you're walking in, you call your husband Matt, and then he arrives at some point after. Is it after you're done talking to the officer, or while you're talking to the officer?
The officer was still in the house, yes.
And so in that vein, as far as when your husband comes in, the officer's there, correct?
Yes.
Did you see your husband talking to the officer as well?
Yes, the officer asked him to
All right,
step
guys, we are
outside or
back.
step
That's
to the
enough
side,
of Jen.
and they spoke.
Let me get up out of here. And shout
then
out to
what
y'all
happened then?
still hanging out with us. We got over.
The
let me see, hold on.
officer told me to
We got
stay.
over 1,000 of y'all in the building. Shout out to the gang.
The
Let me get my
officer
sound
told me
right,
to
'cause I cannot
stay,
hear anything.
and that he said that the state police would
I'm
be
talking
coming to
over
talk
Jen
to me.
like crazy. Here we
So
go.
you stayed at the house at 34 Fairview,
We got a
is that
couple
right?
super
Yes.
chats to read, and then I will.
Ms. Roberts and the defendant.
We'll get
Yes,
back into
Carrie
it.
came up and she.
All right, yeah, Jen. Okay, yeah, we're good. Liar. Here we go. Shout out to Amy with the cake. Yeah, we took care of that at lunchtime. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. Amazing lunchtime. We've got Samantha Crumbly in here as well with the Tim Bob. Oh my goodness. She says, such a travesty. This is such a travesty with people who has a skewed emotional intelligence. A lesson is how not to conduct yourself in a manually loving and mature relationship. Sad. Samantha, I agree. Just talk about it. Communication is so important. Again, with the 5 bomb, shout out to Samantha, says Karen should have communicated with John honestly and left if she wasn't happy. Not get with another man. No blame, just observation. Shaking my head. And we overcomplicate things. And I think, like you said, the maturity is it's evident that there was a lack of maturity there, and you can see that. But we're not here to critique their relationship. We're here to figure out if this lady, you know what, her boyfriend or significant other, whatever you want to call him. So let's get Yuri back on the stand. I mean, this man's got 2 hours left. I don't know if he's going to make it. We might have 3 days worth of Yuri. He might be back here on Wednesday. Judge Canone's probably not going to allow that. So I have a feeling we'll be done with him today. We'll have to wait and see. Let's go. We got the only fan in here. Shout out to Amy also for being a major sponsor today's show and for an amazing lunch. Here we go. We back.
court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity. Obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized.
Oh,
Mr.
man.
Jackson, whenever you're ready.
And Yuri's still smirking about reading those text
Sergeant,
messages.
you had an opportunity. Obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
No, they were just friends.
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
Single life is so
What word would you use
strange.
to describe them if not flirtatious?
I don't miss it.
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree 1,000%. 1,000%. Shout out to Yuri. He's right on this one.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
Yes.
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge
Yes, get revenge.
on John
Yeah.
for what happened on New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right? Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't like the question.
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not. His phone. You know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, correct?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, how do you know if that means synced with what Carefrey's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text message.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
Overtures.
suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
It's clear
I
to see.
read that he repeatedly asked her, what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes,
Which she did.
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
from the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact,
Yeah,
he
not a
basically
crime.
said that, didn't he? In the text message, from the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You to ask it differently, Mr. Johnson.
Did you interpret
There you go.
any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
Come on, AJ.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about him.
He got it in there.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
Yes.
He indicated
Correct.
that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, but reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not on the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not. No.
Not at all?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, you ghosted me?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that, based on the
Yeah,
text messages
moving on.
that we just saw,
It's not
there was
worth
a
it.
series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th. But the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, thought you were all set?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking? Question mark. No. Period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H. Correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation. Correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now,
Okay.
can you tell the jurors what that text is?
Um,
And then the next text immediately after it.
well,
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
no, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 29th, January 23rd.
I don't know about this line of questioning, but I'll let it play out.
By Brian Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
Until January 28th at 11:32. Would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they...
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, just to answer the question I've asked. Based on the text that are in front of you, starts with Buchanan,
Mm-hmm.
does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Buchanan,
Good
when
job.
Brian Higgins sends, well, and Ms. Reed responds.
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text. Correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
It's a stink.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
Of course not.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
This might be our last witness for today. I'm not
sir.
gonna lie,
No
because he's not cooperating at all.
Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here?" 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded.
He didn't
Right.
quit it.
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd, correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks, correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m., correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Dang.
Brian Higgins then
I wonder if
texted
John knew.
Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian
Interesting.
Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
You're also aware of a call, your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
There you go.
Objection.
Sustained.
They
What?
reapproach John?
How?
Okay.
How's that sustained? Did his investigation reveal that or not? We got another sidebar. I think that's number 5. So team 0 through 6, y'all might have it today. Is that 4 or 5? Or 4? I gotta say it right. I gotta use the accent. Is it 4? Or is it 5? How many sidebars today?
Didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 20th.
Let me rewind this back. I think that's 5. It is 5. Karen was just waiting for a chance to yell, "That's why I smashed Brian." Nasty word. Jeez. She was waiting for it. I know the type. Tell me I'm wrong, y'all, and I'll take it back.
Sergeant Bukhenik, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone, have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received the text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point this is just yes or no. At some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no.
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jackson.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay.
Of course not.
You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
Oh, it's not looking good for team 0 to 6 when it comes to sidebars. Let me know in the comments in the chat how many sidebars you think we'll have today. We're at 6 right now. Sorry to team 0 to 6. That's tough, man. That is tough. Of course, our guy Yuri is struggling to remember what happened during this investigation because he didn't really do anything. Right? We got a couple more super chats in here as well. Shout out to Slim Life in the building. With the 2 bomb, she says, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert have a call at 2:22 and Jen McCabe's Google is at 2:27. Interesting. Team 7 to 12 might have it today. How are y'all so good at guessing sidebars? It seems like every day so far, y'all have been on it. And the majority has guessed it right. Karen did tell John about the text. She did. Oh, did John know what they did? Did John know she went over there? This is wild. Let me see. What else do y'all say? Oh, shout out to Turtle Boy. Jennifer McCabe being evasive in front of the jury is much less suspicious than Bukhenik. I'm probably saying his name wrong. Being evasive in front of the jury. A cop has zero reason to be evasive if they ran a clean investigation. That's a great point by Aiden Kearney. Shout out to Turtle Boy. I agree 1000%. Answer the question. I don't know. Maybe I'll make another t-shirt with Alan Jackson on it that says answer the question. That's a simple answer. He was just reading. Now he's testifying. So if he plays dumb, it's fine. If he admits he looked into Higgins, then maybe he would have been a suspect. Wendy says that's 7. Oh, is our count off today? Is it really 7? I'm going to have to go back and see. Amy said it's 6. And some of y'all are saying it's 7. Never heard that in either trial. Bukhenik. I'm not saying that. Bukhenik. I'm going to check right now and see how many sidebars it's been. All right, we're back.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed?
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th, you did nothing to investigate that?
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices, and as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If you
John's and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone, correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message, the text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, correct?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, the side door, and the garage door, correct?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
I realize it's before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, that big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye.
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And there wasn't a contusion.
If two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Oh, it was tiny, tiny, guys.
Nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
Tiny, tiny.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? Did you consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, between, say, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight,
Sergeant,
I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know what we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you've described for this jury as being the area around the fire hydrant, the flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes or
Yes.
no? Good job.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Kent. Correct?
Say it ain't so, Yuri.
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
Say it ain't so, Yuri.
When you talked to when you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank. Didn't it?
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
Of course not.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
He's going to approach, grab him by his collar and say, "Why are you lying? Stop the lies.
Look at page 3.
Answer my questions."
If you wouldn't mind.
Do it, AJ. I support you. We will not let you lose your bar card over that. I promise.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
Amy says it's 7.
He mentioned plowing the driveway
Karen? Oh.
for the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coding and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Snowbank being in the yard. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area, right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins' phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the Waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the Waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have, at one point or another, viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot write it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I don't know how you can see anything.
I can't tell you exactly.
Karen, that's
Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you, but From
see
right here,
anything.
right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
See Karen. Is that Karen next to Brian? Lord.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there.
Right where?
Right there.
Oh, so they're fighting.
Can you
Play
describe
fighting.
what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29.
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please?
It looks like Brian's smiling though. Brian Alberts is smiling. Yeah, they're just playing.
Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like ref housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
Looks like they're talking about a fight or a fighting in general.
Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry. I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play.
That's Karen right there, isn't it?
Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left. Top right corner of the frame, talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the Waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the Waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I don't know what he's
This
trying
would
to
be
show in this
just
video.
minutes before everyone headed out of the Waterfall and went back toward Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks.
No need to be rude.
Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, yes,
shoot.
squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
He's a
Yes.
Marine.
and
Or he is
Current
a
law
Marine.
enforcement.
Excuse me.
Yes.
is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both the military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's the objection.
I am aware that Brian
Relevance,
Albert is
probably.
former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay?
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver, or
As if
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
He's showing him
Let's go and play it.
what he did to Karen. Ah, so you had it like this? Yeah, greatest 10 seconds of my life.
Thank you. If we could take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them, or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess
10
I
seconds
had to
of fury.
estimate most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor. Runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds.
Still at the waterfall.
Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
If you could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way.
Marines are never beating the allegations,
Thank
Ante.
And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Okay, let's
to
play-
identify each individual. If
Let's
you
play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins?
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins?
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm
Okay,
not
let's go ahead and
positive.
play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here. Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so
Understood.
I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure.
Thank you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
Where?
And
And
on
this
the other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's
Thank you.
appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? And but please focus on Mr. O'Keefe.
John was paying the tab for everybody? Dang. What a guy.
Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Looking for towards Miss Reed.
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it.
Oh no, that's not Karen.
what about now?
Who is that?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's
Play it.
still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar. To zoom in on the upper portion of the
Skip to say
We
that
have to
again.
replay that, please.
does it appear he's looking a particular direction? Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
There we go. Skip
I
to say it, sorry.
cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here. Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so
Understood.
I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure.
Thank you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
this
on the other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? But please focus on Mr. O'Keefe.
He's a biggin, Kara, that's for sure.
Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's
Play it.
still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't? Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could,
I think we're going to be back with Yuri on
to another video. It's a. Did you
Monday.
review certain ring videos specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor. Just a moment. This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Ah, yes, my favorite video.
Pause it. Just go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play.
This is my favorite video of the whole trial. Zoom in, he said. Zoom in.
Pause.
We called it, y'all. I have not seen this trial from the first time. I called it. I told you guys to watch the tire. It moved. We're amazing, man. That's it. We're going to law school. We called this one. I said, y'all look at the tire. You can see it. Crazy.
Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
We saw it. Tell me,
Which car are you
miss.
talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
Crazy.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time.
I knew it. I know it. We saw it. We saw it yesterday. Wednesday. Boom. Cracked taillight.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came
Yuri?
near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
Yuri, come on. Yuri.
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot.
Yuri, please.
Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't.
This could have saved his testimony, and he wouldn't do it. We saw it. We watched it for ourselves. Many of us, the first time seeing this, said, hold up a second. It looked like the tire moved there. We went back. We watched it probably 60, 50, 40, 50, 11 times. Yuri, come on, man.
I say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay.
Come on, Yuri.
You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
This makes him look so bad.
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is
There's
movement.
movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They had to have collided.
Thank you, Yuri. Good job. I'm proud of
At
you.
a slow speed, yes.
Thank you for adding the
which
qualifier
area
of at a slow speed.
Of the SUV
Would have likely,
collided with
AJ. Come on. Which area of the SUV is most likely to have
It
collided with the
appears from
SUV?
the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Do the right thing, Yuri.
Thank you, Sergeant.
He rolled
I
his
want to change
eyes.
gears again, if I could,
He rolled
and
his
ask
eyes
you
again.
about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on
Yeah, get the
January
water.
28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Why? Why do we need Sidebar for this? Well, team 0 through 6, you guys are officially out of it. I know y'all were claiming, Libby, that you weren't, but it's officially 8 now, okay? So we're in the next bracket. So it looks like team 7 to 12, y'all are probably going to take home the win today. Congratulations. But let's skip ahead because we ain't got time for sidebars. Let me see here. Why is his lips tucked in his nose? Yeah, come on, man. Leave my guy Yuri alone. He's redeeming himself. He just lied, right? Because he's Popeye the Sailor Man. Amy said yes. Deception and nervous and frustration. Yes. Yes, that is 8 sidebars. Amy is our resident body language expert. She has a wealth of knowledge and experience in that area. And she is saying that yes, he is being deceptive. He is nervous and he's showing a lot of frustration, rolling his eyes, pursing his lips, grabbing and drinking his water, adjusting his movement. Nasty work. Tay-Tube said, what's 4 plus 4? Well, see, when you take it, it depends. Where are we adding 4? Is 4 in the parentheses? Because if you have 4 in the parentheses, then it may be multiplied by something. So then if you add another 4 to it, it's possible that it could maybe not be 8. But then if the 4 plus 4 is in parentheses together, then, you know, there's a possibility you might be multiplying that times another number. So, you know, I don't really know how to answer that question. Amy said, I've mastered a certain body. Oh, Lord. I hear that. That's a lie. The road is curved. When the plow driver came by, his headlights would have been on him. Yeah, and you're right, LaRonda. He had a chance. Yuri had a chance to redeem himself, and he didn't even want to answer that question. Come on, man.
Was Mr. O'Keefe's car.
The Chevy
Look at
Traverse.
this.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
I can't say with 100% certainty that there was movement. That's interesting. Let's see what the little square box shows us. I'm honestly surprised he didn't say, well, can you define movement? I'm not sure what movement is. I mean, do you mean like the screen was moving, the car, I don't know, as AJ likes to say, gesticulating? Jeez, man.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay.
Jesus. All right, let's get back to the BS in here. Yuri, man. Disappointing. Hold on, let me see. I want to make sure we get it right when his testimony starts again. You had one job, Yuri. You had one job. What does this do? What's the up and down? Oh, that's the sound. Okay.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess?
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
Yeah, they call it rehoming. I hate that. I hate that phrase, rehoming.
Cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
Tell us something, Yuri.
Look into it officially.
Dang.
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records. I
want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family?
That's so true, Amy.
I
He's
did not
embarrassing
get any
his entire
veterinary
department.
records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So, other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And
They
the new
renamed
owners
the dog
did not
too?
get that dog
I
from
hate that.
Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
Yeah, he did.
I documented my trip to the location
Walk.
and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
We got to start.
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Yes.
They rehomed the dog and renamed the dog. And
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Did this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
dog
Did
is
you
in
gather?
witness protection.
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing
Yes, yes.
That's
May I approach?
crazy.
Yes.
The dog is in witness protection is
Thank
crazy.
you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents.
Come on, man.
Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
What's going on here? Yeah, that's really sad. They renamed her. It's got to be so confusing.
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I would know what it looks like. That's why it's taking quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
Come on, man.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates, that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxson, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxson, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It was just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxson were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses, who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective
Of
as it
course.
relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxson had a perspective They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, right?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
Of course not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you... Well, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically?
Mm-hmm. Be consistent,
Thank you,
Yuri.
Sergeant.
Come on,
Does
man.
that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction, or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thank you. Thanks. If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? Now, these are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is. It is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place, and we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky Dantono and... I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky Dantono and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky Dantono was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was...
Authored?
states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, no excuses, I'm not throwing barbs, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later?
We do the best we can.
You indicated.
Except
that
when it
your
comes to
memory
answering
was
questions.
that,
They don't.
cars arrived simultaneously.
5-minute warning.
Interview with Ricky Dantono. You see the highlighted portion?
I see it.
Ricky Dantono actually told you that the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach with them?
Yes, can I see that, please?
Sidebar. I don't think we have much delay left. Nope. Amy said Chloe's gone, man. Oh, that makes me sad. That's about 9 of them things. Judge Cannoni's gonna shut this down soon.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky Dantono, he indicated that upon their arrival at home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told you, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you.
That'd be a good place to stop.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, shut it down. I'm surprised. If this is your fault, Yuri, if you would have just answered questions, we wouldn't be here. You
Your
could have been
Honor,
gone.
I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from the floor?
Another sidebar. That's 10. Oh, team 7 to 12 is getting nervous. Just shut it down, Judge Bell. We got 5 minutes. No way we're going to be done with this guy in 5 minutes. Some of y'all are saying, I think Karen Reed did hit John. Starting a little early. I normally start at 4. According to Google, Ms. Reed faces charges including second-degree murder, vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated and leaving the scene of a collision resulting in death. In my opinion, there's doubt. I don't see how she backed into him. Come on. Y'all say he's got an attitude now. I think Karen is innocent, so no manslaughter. Can you get manslaughter if you didn't hit a man while you were drinking and driving? Yes, you can. And we talked about this yesterday. Let me see if I can pull up the exact explanation. Because I'm not the greatest at explaining things. Think we've got it right. If I can get this to work here. Manslaughter while operating a vehicle under the influence. That's a crazy charge. The charge pertains to accusations that Reed was driving under the influence of alcohol when the incident occurred. What? And they explained it more. Let me see. Just about how manslaughter works. I know Amy will know. Bev's due for a smoke break soon. Involuntary manslaughter happens when someone causes the death through reckless or negligent behavior, but didn't mean to kill. So driving drunk, a contractor ignores safety rules, and a worker dies on the job. That's involuntary manslaughter. So yeah. So with Karen Reed, manslaughter while operating a vehicle under the influence, which is a form of involuntary manslaughter. The allegation is that her reckless driving while intoxicated led to someone's death, even if she didn't mean for it to happen. There you go. So that's interesting. A lot of people are filing out. Bev is not gonna, we got 2 minutes until 4 o'clock. So I think this is it. Karen is innocent, says Libby. And we are up to 10 sidebars at this point, by the way. What else are y'all saying here? I don't think Georgia watched the first trial. She didn't see Proctor. Is Proctor going to testify in this one? Have we seen how slow she reverses? It's like 2 miles per hour.
Jurors, especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule.
All right.
Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on
Ooh.
Monday, and we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day next week. We'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case.
They will.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and have a great weekend. See you Monday at 10. Sergeant, we need you back.
All right, y'all don't let me forget. We're going to be back for part 3 of Yuri Bukhenik.
Goodbye.
On Monday. It's going to be a good time. Thank y'all again for all the support. Shout out to everybody who sent in love. Slim Life New Jersey. Amy being the major sponsor of today's show. My awesome, amazing Amy. Les Cleaver. Kara Hampton. Dr. EJ CPE. The New Timers sound. Social Change Warriors was in here. We had Penny Neal. I got to give y'all a round of applause and say everybody's name. Nancy became a new member. We had my dog, Mr. Brown. We had Woohoo Worldwide was up in here. Sin B was in the building as well. Shout out to Sin. Who else did we have? We had Samantha Crumbly, and of course, Curious Coco New York. Shout out to y'all. And did I read that last one from Curious Coco? Said Karen being asleep while all the Alberts party. People up on their phones says it all. And they never checked the house. So all the evidence points to Karen Reed. Yeah, that's some BS.
Session, please be seated.
All right, so Monday we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I should be here. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on Monday. Thank you.
All right. There it is. Y'all know what to do. Hope y'all have a great rest of your afternoon and evening. If you feel like you want to check out some of the dope music from the independent artists here in the community, make sure you tune into the Song of the Night live tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be right here. We're giving away some cash, and you have a chance to win just for tuning into the show. So it'll be a fun time. Otherwise, if you haven't yet subscribed, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time that we go live or drop a new video. We already dropped a couple today, and y'all know we'll be dropping some more clips for you over the weekend. Hope y'all have a great rest of your evening into the afternoon. Have a great weekend. And as always, y'all know what to do. Keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy. We go. Peace.